Recording stopped. Is it?
Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning and welcome to the NCOP. Could I ask all members to please take their seats so that we may commence? Right, thank you very much, honorable members, colleagues, and our guests. Allow me firstly to apologize for the late start. Let's just blame it on the Cape Town weather that prevented our transport arrangements from the different villages to reach us on time. And therefore, we are starting a little late. I'm sure you will understand the circumstances. Could I ask for us all to rise for the national anthem, please?
Africa, maluphakanisu phondo lwayo, izwa imithandazo yethu, Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo, bulela buluka sitshaba sa Yesu. Usibuluke, sitshaba sa Yesu, sitshaba sa South Africa, South Africa.
Thank you. You may be seated. the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the minister in the presidency responsible for planning, monitoring, and evaluation, the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Minister of Transport, Minister of Electricity, Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, Premiers, President of SALGA, House chairpersons and delegates of the NCOP, mayors, leaders of institutions supporting democracy. At the outset, allow me to extend a warm welcome to all our invited guests who, in the midst of your busy schedules, have taken time to prioritize and agree to participate in this NCOP's first three-sphere planning session of the 7th dispensation. Honored guests, allow me to pause for a few minutes to remember today His Excellency Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, who was a longest standing member of this parliament, as today is his birthday, posthumously. And we remember him for his contributions to the democracy that we now enjoy. His servant leadership will always be remembered, and his legacy will live on. Honored guests, it is indeed an honor for us to have all three spheres of government represented in this chamber. As we prepare to engage our collective thoughts, ideas, and lived experiences to improve systems of good governance and change the material conditions for our people for the better. This important session is convened under the compelling theme towards an oversight agenda for the 7th Parliament, delineating key policy and oversight priorities for the NCOP in the 7th Parliament. We are starting a conversation, honored guests, which will seek to institutionalize the utilization of three-sphere planning data to shape the NCOP's oversight agenda and enable the NCOP to perform its constitutional mandate. Honorable members, as we commence the important business of the 7th dispensation, we do so as informed by the overarching policy priorities announced by the State President in his opening of Parliament address. These priorities include the following. 1, driving inclusive economic growth and job creation. 2, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living. 3, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Emboldened by these priorities, we have gathered here as a collective, drawn together by the responsibilities bestowed upon us to address the social and economic challenges faced by our nation. These are responsibilities that we cannot and should not take lightly. Nearly half of the population of South Africa is considered chronically poor at the upper bound national poverty line. Another segment of the population has an above average chance of falling into poverty. This is a segment that we refer to as a transient poor. The third segment of the population, which are called the non-poor, but vulnerable, who face every risk of slipping into poverty through their basic needs, are being met. The National Planning Commission recently released a 10-year review report which considered government's performance towards implementing the National Development Plan. This report also confirms the current state of South Africa's economy and its developmental trajectory. It has become clear that the administrative architecture across government's broader state machinery is also not well structured to effectively coordinate South Africa's developmental plans across the three spheres. These challenges stand as major impediments to the policy implementation that we need to address very seriously. Honorable members, as per constitutional imperatives, the NCOP has a critical role to play in facilitating cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations by ensuring a targeted, integrated planning approach across the three spheres of government. This is intended to advance the effective implementation of government's key developmental priorities across all provinces, metros, districts, and local municipalities. Furthermore, given the developmental challenges of the current conjuncture, the NCOP must reposition itself in the 7th Parliament to oversee the effective functioning of government's IGR structures. To this end, and to advance policy implementation, I will want the NCOP to become more proactive and effective in conducting three-sphere IGI and cooperative governance oversight. The NCOP will ensure that the three spheres of government work together harmoniously to achieve cooperative governance and sound intergovernmental relations. The NCOP will ensure that the three spheres engage in joint consultations, joint planning, and programming to achieve integration and synergy for improved policy implementation outcomes. Honorable members, beyond this session to determine our policy priorities, we intend to undertake a rigorous oversight mapping approach, which will be actualized through the development of a medium-term oversight program. This essentially means that we seek to delineate various developmental and transformative policy priorities which will find expression across all the NCOP's deliberative oversight platforms. The oversight mapping process will require us to assess the spatial reach across all provinces, metros, districts, and municipalities, assess the impact of the policy priorities identified and their accompanying legislative instruments. The purpose of the three-sphere planning session, therefore, is to align project planning among all three spheres of government, ensure effective oversight, and give expression to the implementation of the development district model, thereby preventing sectors from working in silos and avoiding duplication. Honorable members, how often have we heard of projects that were budgeted for, that were planned, money is paid out, but those projects never took off the ground? How often have we heard of wasteful expenditure where projects that took huge amounts of money, and I'm talking about millions of rand, of taxpayers' money, but communities did not benefit? So we shouldn't be asking ourselves, why is it that government has failed our people, and why is it that the people are protesting all over our country? That needs to change. And the NCOP has a vital role to play in that regard. Allow me to once again welcome all of you to the NCOP's two-day three-sphere planning session. I hope we believe that we will leave here charged with a new vigor. And as Frantz Fanon once said, I quote, "Each generation must, out of a relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill or betray it," unquote. I hope as a generation gathered here today, we will not betray our mission of addressing matters related to governance and changing the material conditions of our people for the better. As a generation and this 7th administration, we must not falter. We must be servant leaders who will leave a legacy that our people will applaud for generations to come. I thank you, honorable members. Honorable guests, invited guests and honorable members, allow me now to introduce to you the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Honorable Mtsweli Tsipane, who will now address you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Greetings to the President of SALGA, our Honorable Deputy Chairperson of NCOP, our Honorable Ministers, in particular, Minister Ramokgopa, and thank you so much for gracing this occasion and agreeing to be one of our speakers today. We also have the presence, which we want to acknowledge, of our deputy ministers, our Honorable Chief Whip of the NCOP, our Honorable Premiers, our Honorable House Chairpersons. Also greetings to our Honorable MECs, our Honorable Executive Mayors from various municipalities across the length and the breadth of our country, our permanent and special delegates, all representatives of the South African Local Government Association, ladies and gentlemen, Abshane, Dumelang, Sanbonani, Molweni, Uyemore. Good morning. It is with great pleasure that as we begin our term in office as the NCOP, we are provided with an opportunity to present our priorities for the 7th dispensation that must usher in new possibilities in our democratic experiment that weave together streams of emergent nations from our divided past. At the outset, we must underline our deliberate act to reposition the NCOP and its unique and distinct constitutional mandate in the sector across government and hearts and minds of our people. This is to ensure provincial interests are indeed taken into account in national sphere of government and thus promote national unity through cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations across the 3 spheres of government. We have accordingly invited this cohort of capable leaders strategically occupying the 3 spheres of governance to participate in our mission to strategically reshape our oversight agenda as a matter of agency towards a more interventionist and proactive NCOP, engendering intergovernmental and cooperative governance. Honorable members, we are also convened to re-articulate and reconstitute the 3 spheres coherence in the planning, the budgeting, and implementation of strategic priorities for the 7th administration. These have been clearly elaborated by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, our ministers and premiers through the SONA, our various budget speeches, as well as SOPAs. The spirit of our Constitution at its foundation moment saw the NCOP as a necessary arm of state, which will facilitate national cohesion under its legislative framework in ways that guarantee intergovernmental relations and cooperative governance. Its insistence was to underscore transformational innovation to deepen democracy in the legislative and governance processes of the country. However, the question before us is, to what extent has our institution lived up to the spirit and expectation that underlie the formation of NCOP as underwritten by our Constitution? Again, is the NCOP in its unique position sufficiently utilized as a legislative platform to reify strategic objectives of the transformative national agenda, which discontinues the history of oppression, domination, and exploitation? Over the few days, we must be able to respond to these questions and engage robustly on rebuilding a partnership to advance the implementation of the electoral mandate. Our strategic intent is to refashion our 3 spheres of government in ways that can deepen connection amongst each other. This will elevate the interrelatedness, independence, and mutuality that our institutions share in order to sharpen the capability of the state to drive the process of social change. To this extent, we must be reminded that The NCOP is thus the only house empowered by the Constitution to oversee strategic cooperation amongst the three spheres of government, which is fostered through intergovernmental relations and cooperative governance. This three-sphere planning session is intended to be the center of coordination and cooperation, giving effect to our unique function. We are thus implored to work together through joint consultation, joint planning, and joint programming to achieve synergy for improved policy reforms and its implementation. We are implored to better utilize integrated development planning and the district development model using local sphere as strategic site for implementation. Insofar as the NCOP operational context is concerned, the overarching policy priorities driving oversight mandate shall accordingly focus on inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living, and building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The priorities clearly indicate that we must place at the center of our development policies that advance inclusive economic growth, expand the labor market to create more jobs for the poor and the marginalized, particularly our youth, whilst creating a solid social protection base for the vulnerable. To achieve these policy priorities, ours is to ensure that we enhance the capability of the state to plan, budget, implement, and develop growth, catalyzing priorities. In this respect, our objective must enact new perspectives that rewrite the past in ways that can inform the future. Whilst the political transition of 1994 made progress to liberate Black South Africans from the chains of extended colonialism, it has not dismantled continuities that are a source of social tension today. Colin Bundy asserted that people make their own history, but not under circumstances of their choice. They act in the arena shaped by the past. To understand the present conjuncture in South Africa, it is therefore essential to have a sense of history to reflect on constraints and possibilities created by that history. To this, Jack Depelchin foregrounds that the yearnings for radical transformation in South Africa will depend more on how the past is remembered than how the future is plotted. Consequently, central to our oversight agenda and political imperatives as a necessity to this moment is to gradually dismantle the colonial structures and designs that set the scene of post-apartheid South Africa as the most unequal economy in the world, which in effect enriched a minority by holding down economic opportunities and incomes for the majority. We have also observed the phenomenon of the reproduction of inequality according to the industrial policy specialist Neva Maketla. She identifies this as an outcome of the persistence of highly concentrated economic power, reinforced by continued inequalities in education, geographical location, infrastructure, and work organization. Whilst we acknowledge that the democratic state has introduced reforms, it hasn't done enough to bring about change and transformation in inequality. Hence, we are challenged by Amika Cabral when he opined that national liberation exists when and only when the national productive forces have been completely freed from all and any kind of domination. We're therefore calling for a paradigm shift in the three spheres of government that ensures three-sphere planning unless we become enthroned to conditions of perpetual repetition without change. It is a call for a progressive act that moves against the grain of constructed enclosures and sterility so that we think about development differently. This is a developmental path that is able to make a nation as people and not a nation as state. That is able to assert the idea that development should never be fixed, rather ever changing, ever shifting and changing. That is able to fashion suitable models and designs of economic development relevant to societies emerging from colonialism. These models should, in essence, extricate post-colonial societies from underdevelopment in ways that better track the root causes of the impasse. Insofar as the constitutional imperatives of the NCOP are concerned, to this end, the NCOP, through three-sphere planning, will advance the intended objectives of the developmental state, focusing on policy priorities that uproot the transformation agenda. Delve deeper into the imperatives and objectives of the IGR Framework Act that include ensuring a coherent government, the effective provision of services, monitoring implementation of policy and legislation, and the realization of national priorities. Furthermore, institutionalize policy and legislative review processes in order to consistently test the impact and efficacy of policies and legislation passed by Parliament. Ensure sector parliaments play a dynamic role with better oversight tracking and impact assessment mechanisms. We also need to ensure that the recommendations of Chapter 9 institutions become standard items of the executive, wherein Parliament can meticulously track and oversee the process. We must also review program structure of Parliament to allow more time for plenaries, committees, and work performed in constituencies. We must also develop and implement a comprehensive three-sphere planning oversight framework and mechanism for facilitating intergovernmental relations. Within this context, we must also ensure that each level of government is able to effectively execute its function whilst minimizing duplication of efforts and potential losses. Thus enable regular and targeted intergovernmental relations and cooperative governance oversight by conducting oversight over critical intergovernmental relation structures across the three spheres, which facilitates sustained three-sphere engagement towards joint and integrated planning and the implementation of key development priorities. Equally, this will serve as a mechanism to enable the effective operationalization of the district development model. As I move towards conclusion, as we embark on this new journey, we must underline that your valued contribution shall determine the prospects of our individual and collective success. In this regard, I implore that we embrace more restorative pathways for the well-being of our people that introduce new politics, democracy, and economy that ruptures from inherited social relationships which emerged as a product of human choices. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And I'm sure you will agree, honorable colleagues and distinguished guests, that the Chairperson has very clearly positioned the NCOP as a center of coordination at all three spheres of government, and also emphasize the fact that the NCOP has a constitutional mandate to undertake this work. It now gives me great pleasure to call upon the Honorable Ms. Ramakopa, MP, the Minister in the Presidency responsible for planning, monitoring, and evaluation. We once again welcome you to the chamber.
Okay, good morning, and thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson and Chairperson of this session. Let me take this opportunity, of course, to acknowledge the Honorable Chairperson of the Council of Provinces, Ms. Refilwe Mchweni-Tsipane, and also take this opportunity, of course, to acknowledge the presence of President of SALGA, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, our honorable premiers that are here today, our deputy ministers as well, all our executive mayors that I've seen here today, and all the other representatives of provincial legislatures. I've just seen the Deputy Speaker of the Free State and members of this honorable House, and definitely the commissioners of the National Planning Commission and all the other senior officials that may be here today. I'm pleased to introduce the presentation on the overview of the planning system towards development goals. The planning system in South Africa's democratic dispensation has evolved over time as outlined by the different waves of planning reforms. Our government has undertaken a number of planning reforms since the dawn of democracy to support better coordination and towards the realization of developmental goals. Since 1994, 4 waves of planning reform can be identified in South Africa, and they are namely setting the foundation of planning, driving coordination and intergovernmental relations, and I think you have alluded to it as well, and the Honorable Chairperson also alluded to it, planning, monitoring and evaluation at the center of government, and lastly, advancing the institutionalization of planning. These 4 waves reflect major strides towards the institutionalization of planning in South Africa and provide insights on how to better support integrated planning of the 7th democratic administration of government and beyond. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I think I did not see everybody. I've just realized that we've got speakers in the House and also MECs. Let me also acknowledge their presence. Honorable Chairperson, in order to better understand the landscape, in 2022, the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation undertook a diagnostic study on the state of national and provincial government planning. This report highlighted areas where government had made progress in institutionalizing planning, but also identified a number of challenges that still remained. These challenges include, but not limited to, the need to improve alignment across long, medium, and short-term plans to ensure that priorities are cascaded into developmental plans, and intergovernmental coordination across the 3 spheres of government needs to be improved to enable improved integrated planning. The district development model seeks to address these key challenges. Of course, we are going to be receiving also a presentation from the NPC, which is the National Planning Commission, and they have suggested to me that maybe we need to start putting in place master plans for DDMs so that we don't just go and have one plans for everything, including having imbizos, but we don't have the master plan that can be able to allow us to be able to have a way of assessing if we are moving or not, and whatever it is that we are putting in place, if it is actually heeding to the calls that are of a need in terms of what we need to do for our communities. Honorable members, you will recall that in September 2022, Cabinet approved the policy framework for integrated planning, which outlines key components of the reforms process towards improved harmonization and optimization of different planning instruments towards development results. DPME plays a key role, not only in managing the overall framework, but also through its oversight and institutional planning. To improve alignment across medium and short-term planning, DPME undertakes annual assessment of draft strategic plans and annual performance plan in November each year, which identify gaps and makes recommendation to departments on areas to improve alignment of medium-term priorities. To improve collaboration and coordination at the center of government and with provinces and local government, DPME has introduced the National Steering Committee on Integrated Planning, which includes representatives from the Provincial Offices of Premiers and South African Local Government Association. I was just, I think last week, informed by the Deputy Mayor of Mangaung City that she has actually been given the responsibility to also deal with the issues of implementing the performance and also ensuring that she monitor and evaluate the performance of her municipality. And I would like to applaud that municipality for taking this responsibility and giving it to a politician to work together with, of course, officials to ensure that whatever it is that they are doing in their IDP will also be informed by this particular step that they've taken. So would like to implore upon all the other municipalities, most especially the metros, to actually adopt the similar model so that we can then now have people who are accountable politically as well to ensure that performance of all the institutions is actually cascaded down in our municipalities, but it is also held accountable at the highest level of municipalities. As part of the broader professionalization framework, DPME is focusing on improving planning functions and skills within government. We are currently working with the National School of Government on planning-related training and in also undertaking an evaluation of the theory of change, which is vital methodology for result-based planning. In addition, we are currently exploring the use of new technologies in support of planning, monitoring, and evaluation through an MTDP data hub. This will leverage business intelligence tool and artificial intelligence for analysis of government development performance. Honorable members, the National Development Plan, which is our Vision 2030 and our lodestar, remains the long-term country vision to reduce poverty, inequality, and unemployment. The NDP goals will be aligned with the medium-term development plan to set out the priorities for the medium-term priority of the 7th administration. We have decided to actually rename and repurpose our 5-year strategic plan from the MTSF to the medium-term development plan, precisely because we want to highlight and instill the method of ensuring that whatever it is that is being done is based on the NDP. Therefore, if it is not developmental, then it doesn't speak to the priorities that government has set in place for all of us. In this regard, the Cabinet Lekgotla has agreed to a minimum program of priorities, and the President has further announced the 3 strategic priorities of the 7th administration at the opening of Parliament address on the 18th of July, and our Honourable Chairperson, of course, have outlined them. Accordingly, the MTDP will provide the details for these 3 strategic priorities, including their supporting targets. The National Planning Commission has also initiated a process of identifying key areas that should be incorporated into the government planning processes. The process includes consultation with the stakeholders from the business, labor, and civil society. The NPC presentation that will follow in a later session will unpack the key areas identified for this prioritization. Ongoing collaboration will be required by National Treasury to improve alignment improvement of planning within the budget process, while departments must also ensure that their government or their programs and budgets are aligned in their annual performance plan in order to support alignment between performance objective and their budget allocations. Once the MTDP is approved, DPME will develop the budget prioritization framework as an annual input that draws on key government plans, priorities, and commitments that are relevant for the upcoming cycle and bring this into national budget process for deliberation. Government must work together, improving coordination through the district development model. The DPME and the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs will continue to collaborate to improve coordination and implementation of this model. We will play an oversight role over the DDM process and will monitor the performance of local government through the local government management improvement model. And as I've already said, this particular a master plan that we'll put in place will also give us that particular framework. In conclusion, Deputy Chairperson and Chairperson of the state, the country's planning system has evolved over the past 30 years of South Africa's democracy and is now focusing on improving integrated and result-based planning. The draft medium-term development plan of 2024 to 2029 will build on the goals of the NDP and the program of priorities of government of national unity. This will ensure that we are in an even better position to meet South Africa's development goal. As you may be aware, we have made sure that whatever it is that we are doing, the MTDP should now be aligned with the SDGs, Agenda 2063 as well, so that as we then now come to report and talk about what we have done, we are also being able to account to the UN as well in terms of South Africa's contribution to developmental goal of the globe. Thank you very much for this opportunity. We do have a detailed presentation, if you may wish to have it, that can be circulated so that members can acquaint themselves with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. In the presidency, I think you have really given us food for thought in terms of the master plan when it comes to coordination. And also, yes, I agree with you, we should applaud Mangaung for the initiative that they have taken to ensure oversight and, of course, coordination of the DDM. Thank you very much for that. And I think we are emboldened by the fact that we have the support from your office. And from your office, it flows to the President's office. So I'm glad that we have that kind of support. Honorable members and distinguished guests, I now call upon Ms. Patricia Coca, the Chief Director responsible for Poverty and Inequality Statistics South Africa. Let's welcome Ms. Patricia Coca.
Good morning, Deputy Chairperson. I wish I can take Ms. Ramhopa's greetings. They were beautiful. I'm a number cruncher in Statistics South Africa, and I'm not a politician, but I love the way the greetings are done and observing all the protocols in that fashion. It was beautiful. So I'm just going to say, observing all protocols. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to take you through the work that we do as Statistics South Africa, one of the national departments responsible for the collection of data in the country. And then the mandate that we have, it allows us to present the numbers nationwide. We make inference to the population of South Africa. We make inference to the households of South Africa in the statistics that we produce. So I was given about 5 points to talk to. Number one will be around the dimensions of poverty and its dynamics in South Africa, as well as inequality. I'll look at the key drivers of poverty in South Africa. I will look at the labor market dynamics and poverty. And then who are the poorest and the most vulnerable in South Africa and where do they reside? And then the last but not the least, there is a question that was asked. Why is South Africa characterized as the most unequal society in the world? Okay, you know, poverty, it's a monster in this nation, like unemployment as well as inequality. These are the tripartite challenges that we have as a nation that we need to tackle. In Statistics South Africa, we are measuring poverty, looking at different definitions. Number one definition that we have, we say it's a money metric poverty, where people can think of individuals or households in South Africa without incomes or no expenditure. And then the other angle that we look at poverty, we can look at inequality as well, looking at a measure called the Gini coefficient, which is one measure of inequality that we use in South Africa. And then we have the share of expenditure. And then the third one, we call the multidimensional poverty statistics. This particular one is the one that I'm going to be unpacking for today, because in my context, I had mentioned that there will be the dimensions that I'll talk to that relates to poverty. And then multidimensional poverty, it's unlike the money metric poverty. This one looks at the basic services, lack of basic services, that it's looking at deprivations that South Africans have with regards to basic services, with regards to education and so forth. And then the last but not least measure that Status A employs in measuring poverty, it's what we call subjective poverty. Here in subjective poverty, what we're looking at here, the households and individuals themselves, they give us their state, like they self-report to us in terms of their perception of being poor or not poor. So here, subjectively, they tell us in terms of what they perceive them to be, whether poor or not poor. So here, we're not taking it like an objective measure, but we hear from the households and individuals themselves. So breaking down the multidimensional poverty is it's built from a methodology that has been borrowed or used globally, called the Al-Kaya Foster methodology. For South Africa, we are using 4 dimensions to measure this multidimensional poverty. For the context of South Africa, we call it South African Multidimensional Poverty Index. So it's got 4 dimensions and then 11 indicators. And these dimensions, they are informed by policy. So Status A is not working in isolation in the nation. We are working closely with our sector departments, and then we look also into the national priorities that government, they're there in the national agenda for our government. So the dimensions, we look at health, we look at education, we look at the living standards. Under the living standards, we have the, basic services. Are our people having a sanitation, good sanitation? Are they having water? Are they having electricity for cooking, heating, and lighting? Are their dwelling units, livable? And then as well as assets. And then the other key one that we have a dimension that South Africa included that makes this multidimensional poverty index South African is the economic activity, because we have acknowledged that this is one of the challenges that we have in South Africa of unemployment. So we have this economic activity as a dimension in measuring multidimensional poverty. So when we talk of the multidimensional poverty, we talk of deprivations. How deprived is our nation in terms of these dimensions? And these dimensions, they are broken down further into indicators. For instance, when you look at economic activity, there the indicator would be individuals in households within South Africa are deprived when in that particular household, there is no adult, anyone aged 18 and above that are employed. So we regard that particular household as being deprived in that particular indicator. And then you're looking at living standards, looking at lighting and cooking. If ever a household does not have any connection to the mains, we regard them as deprived in terms of lighting and heating. If they have no piped water, we regard them as deprived. And then if they've got no flush toilet, we regard them as deprived. And if they are residing in informal dwellings, caravans, tents, and then we deem them deprived in the dwelling. So what are the drivers, based on the indicators that I had put forth, what are the drivers of poverty in South Africa? So drivers of poverty, when we look at these indicators, I'm sorry, it's not that visible there, but I've shared the presentation with Marjorie. She will be able to circulate to everyone to engage with it. So from the indicators that I had touched on, we see unemployment being the biggest driver of poverty in the nation. So the contribution of the poverty situation, the largest contributor of the poverty situation in South Africa is unemployment. And then the second largest contributor to poverty in South Africa is years of schooling. So this means that most of our children that are school going age, they are not at school. And then followed third largest contributor is sanitation. So sanitation in South Africa, unlike electricity and water, most of our people are connected to the mains as well as they've got water. Also, there's a challenge there of the taps, are they running or are they dry? But sanitation is one of the largest contributor to poverty because most of our people or households do not have access to flush toilets, especially in our rural South Africa. Okay, furthermore, just to touch base on this South African multidimensional poverty index. This index, it's very useful because it assists us to help government to evaluate the effectiveness of all the, the efforts done by government in poverty reduction strategies that they're implementing. So this SAMPI, it's pro-poor, it's assisting us to help government to see how effective their intervention programs are. So it's a very useful tool, this SAMPI. And then as well, over and above that, the SAMPI indicates the contribution of government social wage programs towards poverty reduction. And then, as you know, from the money metric poverty measures, it's very difficult to quantify monetary terms in terms of what government is doing to its people. So SAMPI becomes very handy to assist in that regard.
Sorry, Ms. Koka, could you pull your microphone down a little bit more so that you're more audible?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, looking at who are the poorest in terms of our nation. So I've picked up the 10 poorest municipalities according to the head count, the multidimensional poverty head count. The number one poorest municipality in the nation is Intsikayetu, followed by Msinga, and then Umsivumbu. If you check this top 10, they are situated in our provinces that were former homelands. So we see poverty very high still in those areas, even today. Okay, looking into the labor dynamics and poverty, what I'm going to talk about here is, I will not go through the graphs, but I would like to take you through the sort of the summary of who the poor are in South Africa and facts on poverty and labor. So what we are seeing from the empirical studies is that the female-headed households remain more impoverished as compared to the male-headed households. And then we see that unemployment is positively related to poverty, meaning unemployed people display high levels of poverty. We have seen that the highest driver of poverty in the country is unemployment. And we also see that education and employment remain important tools in the fight against poverty. Little or no education and unemployment displayed significantly higher levels of poverty. On average, female-headed households are deprived in more indicators than the male-headed households. Looking at inequality measurement. Yes, South Africa is characterized by the highest inequality in the world. That is very true. Our country, its societies are very unique and affected by apartheid in a very dire way. So when you look at inequality in terms of income, we actually sitting at 0.68.
I'm sorry for that interruption. Could I ask IT to please identify who's singing to us? Because we are dealing with serious business here and thank you very much. I think it's sorted out. You may continue.
All right, thank you. Yes, so with a measure like Gini coefficient that is generally used to measure inequality. So if a value is closer to 1, it shows that societies within that nation or country are highly unequal. So South Africa, we're seeing the income inequality sitting at 0.68 in 2015. So I'm saying 2015 because this is the last wave, but we have the current IES where we can refresh this data. We are currently doing analysis and then we'll be releasing the refreshed data in December. So we'll be having a newest data on inequality, income inequality by December this year. So if you take the incomes of the households in South Africa and you rank them according to the highest to the lowest and then group them into tens of that national income, we see that the top 10 decile accounts to 53.9%, meaning the fewer South Africans, the fewer households in South Africa, they are actually still having much of income compared to the lower ones that we call the deciles 1, 2, 3, and 4. So this is another way of showing how inequality is spread out in the nation. So the minority, they've got a whole lot of income, whereas the majority, they have least income. And then in the next statistics, there I'm showing the inequality broken down according to population group. So I think of population shares. When you're looking at the population of South Africa, Black Africans, we are about 80, the share of Black Africans in the country, they're about 80+%. And then the colored 7.2, Indian 2.3, and then whites 10. So when you look at the incomes for Black Africans, so what we call the median income, it's standing at 9,186, meaning at this point, it's a median income for Black Africans, 9,186. So half, they are falling below that 9,186 per annum, and then half are falling above the 9,186 rents per annum. So when you look at our white counterparts, their median income, the share of population is only 10%, few, but the income that they have, median, is 100,205 rands per annum. So you can see already there, we are seeing the disparities. The gap is just too much. So this is, it's also contributing. It's part of how we look at the inequality in the country. So looking at average income, the Black Africans, they are having 25,249 per annum in their hands. And then our whites are having 163,359 rands per annum. This is 2015 results. As I have indicated, we'll refresh this with 2023 in December. Then you'll get to see the picture of the recent numbers and the patterns in our country. Okay, that is another way of looking at income inequality in the country. And then the last but not least question, why is South Africa characterized as the most unequal society in the world? You know, there are many studies done on inequality through academia. Studies we're collecting the raw data from the ground. So it has been proven, even abroad, researchers, they have done their own studies as well. This inequality in the country is just too high and it's not yielding. Since 1994, the efforts that our government have, put in place, the interventions, but inequality is not giving. So this has got roots. So the empirical fact is telling that these roots are coming from the history of colonization and apartheid. And remember, during the laws of the day that were enacted, they enacted, like giving an example, like the law of segregation. The nation was not, the Black people were not only segregated in terms of our locations. Somebody said, Patricia, you say township. What is that township? The ship that is not even moving. So that is part of segregation, but also in terms of incomes, Blacks were segregated against. So we saw with the incomes, they get very low incomes. And then that is not, like, over the years, since 1994, if there is improvement, it's very minute, it's very small. So we are still hovering around, 0.7 inequality, which is closer to 1, showing that we still, even in this age, 2024, we are 30 years, we are still characterized as the most highly unequal society, South Africa. So now we're saying, from the work that we do, that I am responsible for within Statistics South Africa, I publish the household income and expenditure statistics. This one, it helps us see the expenditure patterns. So this one, it helps us to see how our nation, in terms of when the economy is going bad, when the inflation is going very high, and then people have got, not enough money to purchase what they used to buy. What is it that they are substituting for what they normally buy as inflation rises, for especially food prices? So those statistics will be releasing in December. And this statistics is also important because it fits into the update of the consumer goods and services that measures inflation in South Africa. And then we're saying we're going to have a poverty trends report coming out of the data that has been collected. Inequality trends report, this is sort of refresher of the 2015 data with the current 2023 data. And then from that data, we are able to produce and compile child multidimensional poverty. We are able to produce the youth multidimensional poverty in South Africa and refresh the SAMPI as well. And then we produce the food security report, and we also produce the subjective poverty report from the data that will be out in December of this year, 2024. Having said that on the products, that's the end, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Koka, for your presentation. And honorable colleagues, I hope you are making note of questions or comments that you would like to make, because there will be an opportunity towards the latter part of the day, where you will be given an opportunity to ask questions or make comments on the presentations that are being made to us. And I think the presentations have been forwarded to all members on their gadgets, so you should be able to look at them at a later stage when you have more time. But I think the important things that Ms. Koka has pointed out is the use of the Gini coefficient to identify the poverty levels, and also the question as to why is it that the poverty levels are still so high, and why are we still considered to be an unequal society. Having said that, I now would like to call upon the National Planning Commission to make presentations to us, and the commission is being led by Dr. Pulani Molokwane, and she is the National Planning Commission Commissioner and Chairperson of the Governance Cluster. So please welcome the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the chairperson of the NCOP. Good morning to the deputy chairperson of the NCOP. Good morning to my chairperson of the National Planning Commission, Minister Ramokgopa. Good morning to everyone. I will stand on already established protocol. Next slide. I apologize, the slides are being controlled elsewhere, so that's why even with the previous presentation, we're losing each other. But since the presentations were sent to honorable members, I will proceed. The first slide talks to the outline of our presentation. We are presenting our
Sorry,
20-year
could you
review.
please bring the microphone slightly closer? Yeah, so that you can be more audible.
Is it
Thank you.
fine?
I think that should be okay.
Okay, I've got a very low voice naturally, so I know that also contributes. So we are presenting the review of our 10-year review from since the establishment or the acceptance of the NDP 2030. I am accompanied by my fellow commissioners. I will call the other two colleagues to do the next presentation on demographic trends, and then another colleague, Commissioner Cohen, will do a presentation on the priorities that we have identified based on the NDP 2030 as our contribution towards the MTDP process to make sure that we sing from the same hymn book. The second slide that we have talks to the background around the National Planning Commission. The first commission was established in 2010. That's the commission that set up and drafted the NDP 2030 vision, and their term ended in 2015. The second commission was established in 2015 up until 2021. I am a returning commissioner. I'm serving my second term. I was appointed in 2015 the first time. We are currently with the third commission that was established in 2021 up until 2026, which is their 5-year term. The next slide identifies the roles and what the different commissions did, and more onto the history of the commission, which is in 2011, we had a draft development plan. In 2012, we handed over, or rather the then commission handed over the NDP to the president, and the plan was then adopted in 2012. In 2014, MTSF process was established. This process was meant to break down the different NDP goals into 5-year terms, like breaking it into smaller pieces so that we can eventually get to 2030. What is the mandate of the National Planning Commission? I'm at slide 5. One is to lead the development and the periodic review of our long-term plans. Two, to support strong leadership that will be required to mobilize the society in order to promote and accelerate implementation of our plan, implementation of our lodestar, which is the NDP 2030, to assist in forging conversations among key stakeholders, leading to effective and impactful social compacts. Zarina, this is not the 10-year review. I'm presenting the 10-year review. Please change the slides. Number 4, our role is to advise on key issues such as food security, water security, energy security, the economy and the structure of the economy, health, education, social cohesion, industrial development and spatial planning, and climate changes. We undertake research and build a body of evidence, and so that we can base our advice on proper facts and thoroughly researched work. We monitor and review and assess the progress on the NDP, which is what we did last year with the 10-year review. We provide evidence-based advice. We contribute to the development to international partnership and networks around the world as we strive to build South Africa for South Africa and South Africa out there in the world, since we do not exist in isolation as a nation. Our targets were structured around the quality of healthcare for all. Next slide. Improving the quality of education and training and innovation to reverse the apartheid special effects that we're still struggling to deal with right now. Reform the public sector and public service as a whole, social protection, an economy that will create more jobs for its citizens, transition to a low carbon economy, an inclusive and integrated rural economy, and building safer communities. Slide number 7. Okay, it's not working, this projector. What are the findings of our review? We found that in general, the outcomes and the quality of the NDP objectives required significant improvement. Poverty has been on an upward trend, so is unemployment. Service delivery has worsened, and coupled with a labor market that has its own difficulties and negatively affecting what we could deliver to the poorest of our households. As I said, unemployment has been on the rise. The spatial segregations and inequalities remain, but we have done quite a lot, and there are things to celebrate under the social protection. Notable progress was achieved, especially in terms of health and access to social assistance. The review interrogated the factors that affected implementation of the NDP since its adoption. So we assessed the progress made with the key NDP targets. We evaluated the extent to which the plan has been institutionalized, which was not looking good. We still continue to talk past each other in silos. Not everybody is aware of their role and the role they can play in achieving the goals and the priorities of the NDP. We reviewed the progress from 2018 to 2022. That's the data we could still get. Probably we will do another review and see how we have fared in the next few years. We have had to identify progress made and identify course correction measures. And based on the changed circumstances, we have had an economic downturn that made the economy difficult to grow. We have had COVID and had some of the resources actually redirected to COVID. Slide number 10. This slide number 10 talks to the targets and the outcomes. First, in 2012, when the plan was adopted, we had planned to have a GDP growth of 5.4%. At that point in time, it was at 3.3%. By 2022, we had regressed. It was sitting at 1.1. We had targeted to reduce income inequality, which was at 0.69 in 2009. The target was 0.6. We were sitting at 0.69 by 2021. We did not have the data for 2022. The elimination of poverty below LBPPL, we were sitting at 36.4%. The target was to reduce it to 0. By 2018, we were at 21.7%. It is not gloom and doom. We still have got 6 years, so we probably need to build a bit of momentum to make sure that we can achieve most of our goals. The investment as a percentage of GDP, it was sitting at 19.3%. In 2010, the target was 30%. As of 2022, we are sitting at 14.1%, which is not good, but there's still 6 years to correct. Public sector investment, it was sitting at 6.8%. The target was 10. We are unfortunately sitting below 5. In 2021, we were at 4.1. And then the labor force participation rate was at 55.4% in 2012. Their target was 56.6. For our 2030 goal, we are sitting at 59.4 as of the 2022 data. Unemployment reduction or even eradication of unemployment, if we may call it that, we were sitting at 25.4%. The target was 6%. As of 2022, we were sitting at 32.9. So we have struggled to bring new jobs to those who need the job, and majority of those being the youth. Employment, we were sitting at 13.65% million people, 13.65 million people employed. The target was 24. As of 2022, we're sitting at 16. We have increased about 3+ million jobs from 2012 to date. The employment ratio was sitting at 41.3%. In 2012, the target was 61%. We were unfortunately sitting at 39.9% in 2022. As you would have seen the previous slide, or the slide that is still showing, that the progress isn't looking that good, but we have done quite significantly and very well when it comes to the social aspect. There are very few South Africans that are going to bed hungry. Although our...
Sorry, could I interrupt you for one moment? There's a member that's trying to indicate something to me.
No, Chair, in the light of the flights and the expenditure that we have incurred as provinces to come here, can you facilitate that anyone who's got this presentation can send us, please, so that we can follow? Because at the end of the whole thing, we're expected to engage. And now, if we don't have the it's not only here, almost all the presentations we don't have. Those who are coming from the Eastern Cape here, we don't have. Just facilitate so that we don't disturb people.
No, thank you very much. I think I was assured earlier today that the presentations will all be sent to the permanent delegates as well as those who are present here today. So you will receive all the presentations, Honourable Member. Sorry for the disruption. Continue, please.
Thank you. I apologize on behalf of the organizers that I was under the impression that we all have the presentations. Okay, so one of the matters next slide, Zarina, to highlight on this slide is that income poverty has been rising since 2015, 19.4 million people are said to be in poverty. Were said to be in poverty by 2020. I'm sure this will also relate to what State SA has just presented. There's still high barriers of entry to SMMEs, and COVID has made it worse. We lost about 25% of the small businesses since COVID period. I'll go to the next slide. The contributing factors to the lack of a growing economy or a stagnant economy has been lack of employment creation. So if you are not employed, you're likely to be poor and the economy is not going to grow. There's been slow investment growth, which can largely be attributed to the decline in investments by the private sector, which is something that we are trying to deal with. We have as the minister alluded earlier, we have in our engagement met with business, and we are pleading with them to work with us and have a bit of more PPP because this is not a plan for the government, it's a plan for the whole of South Africa. Global response to containing COVID-19 pandemic also contributed. The whole world went through a recession of some sort because of the pandemic. I've already mentioned the fact that lockdown has destroyed about 25% of small businesses. The small businesses or SMMEs still struggle to raise funds and therefore are stagnant and not growing, and rather most of them are even dying. We have had a bit of energy crisis, and I'm calling it a bit because we have not had load shedding for a few months, which is good. Only if we can maintain the momentum, that will be good. There's also a rising phenomenon of criminal syndicates that we made the recommendation on, that has hindered progress when it comes to our infrastructure. Because those that are supposed to implement infrastructure projects are being threatened both in the construction space and in the mining sector. The social aspects, what are the findings? What is making it difficult for us to all be equal is that we've got a dual health system that perpetuates the disparities and the divisions amongst our people. Those that have got the money can afford to pay medical aids. Those that don't have the money rely on state facilities, and that continues to divide us. We have made good progress on the life expectancy and infant mortality. We just need to keep the momentum. So there are goods that has come out in the last 10 years of this plan. The implementation of the NHI that is meant to address the inequalities in the dual system needs to be handled with care. We cannot take it for granted that we have a history as a country of not managing our bulk projects properly. This is a R1 trillion fund. It really needs us to get our governance in order. And that's what we are recommending as the National Planning Commission, that let's do the NHI. It's good. We don't want to continue to hog the title of being the most unequal nation in the world. But we can do it with the NHI. But if we don't do right, we'll end up with a replica of our ESCOM projects, big infrastructure. We don't want that. The number of grant beneficiaries has grown. And kudos to the state, and the government has managed to get more people into our social grants. But that's not the nation we want. We want a nation that is working. We don't want a nanny state. But at the same time, the government has got a responsibility to take care of its citizens, especially those that cannot afford to take care of themselves. The child support grant is still well below the food poverty line. But the good thing is that they do get catered for. It's still not enough. Stunting remains prevalent in in very poor families, which means our kids don't eat well. This is where ECD comes in. Feeding programs that starts before a child is born are very essential because the development of a child happens whilst they are still in their mother's tummies. It doesn't happen after they are born. So sometimes it doesn't help to feed them when they're already 7 years old or 6 years old, when they are already disadvantaged. So we need to actually get that right. Like they say, the 90 days of every child is very important because that's where you develop a child. We have had school improvements. We have had more bachelors. We have had more kids that would not have ordinarily managed to get into a university for a bachelor's degree, get into a university because our free first-year education that we have in the country. But we still remain with a lot of those that have graduated being unemployed. And I always say to my colleagues, we probably need to start learning and teaching for what the world needs and what the country needs, and not just continue with the old way of teaching because the world has evolved. So if you continue that way, we'll have a lot of our graduates on the streets with no jobs because the market can't absorb them because they are not trained for what the market requires. One other aspect that came out of the social findings that actually is not just for the social findings on the social chapters, is that we have failed to prioritize as a country. That's why these kind of sittings are very important so that we can get all the stakeholders work together, that we drive one plan as a country, which is the NDP, and not allow pet projects to come in and they take priority over the actual plan. In fact, what we're saying as the National Planning Commission is that if it is not part of the NDP, it should not be resourced because that's the only plan we have. Unless, of course, there are emergencies like COVID, then it's a disaster, you have to do something. But anything other than that need not to actually being given priority and being given the resources, because then we tend to fall short of what is in the plan and as adopted by the country. Yeah, the other statement is that the high unemployment rate has actually made social grants being the means of survival for most of the families, which is not very good. But I think the other side of it is that they don't necessarily go to bed hungry. Under the governance cluster, the findings was that we have not managed to unite the nation. We are still socially not cohesed. We are still a very divided nation, and we need to deal with that. The special policy reforms have not happened, but we do have the NSDF that has now been approved. And Minister, as I pleaded with you week before last, that let the changes in departments not kill that exercise. It is important that we bring our people closer to where they can work, go to school, have all the facilities, and they can spend more time with their family and not leave home at 4 and be home at 9 or even 8, not seeing their children at all. The national framework towards professionalization has been approved, which is good governance, and we are grateful that going forward, there is a proper, clear alignment and difference between the line between executive oversight and those that are trusted with implementing our plans, which are the technocrats. We have had a few of key pieces of legislation approved by Cabinet in order to strengthen our public sector, and which is a good move. And that includes a legislation that has designated the office of the DG in the presidency as the head of public administration, and the DGs and the premier's offices as additional positive measures and that came from those policies. The unevenness in our state capacity remains. The municipalities that and entities that are in the outskirts of the countries remain to suffer. They do not have the proper skills. We need to find a way where we can have those that have skills support the lower ones, because service delivery still needs to happen where they are. We're still struggling with crime. And I guess it's an ongoing exercise. Lately, there's the syndicates that are mushrooming everywhere. But I'm sure Minister Mchunu should be able to deal with that, because we really cannot have crime and criminals and mafia taking over the country. The usual that we also know is that corruption, wastage, sabotage, and all the things that we have experienced has actually contributed and undermined the capacity of the state to develop, because when there's malfeasance, resources are wasted. There is a finding from us that says there is lack of capacity for the state to execute our plans, being it the limited resources and the skills that we have kind of lost or don't have in other parts of the state. The chapter on policing has identified that our citizens don't trust our police. So there's lack of trust in the police, and that also talks to why we're seeing a lot of mob justice, because people believe that the police would not help them, because some of them are actually part of these syndicates and they work with criminals. So we need to address the corruption that is said to be existing within our police force. One critical one, the lack of adequate alignment between planning and budgeting cycles and processes. We have had a beautiful plan in the NDP, but we had not resourced it. We did not budget for it. We did not allocate money to it. We did not cost it. We didn't know how much it will take for us to achieve what we wanted to achieve in our developmental plan. And that alignment is necessary. Next slide. The cross-cutting findings is that about 2.2 million of South Africans lost their jobs as a result of COVID. When government made some difficult decisions during lockdown, they had a tough balancing act to make. But I guess it was the first of a kind we have learned as a country. The next pandemic, God forbid, it doesn't come, we will do better. GBV remains a problem. It remains another pandemic. The progress on addressing programs focusing on persons with disabilities have not seen much momentum, including those that are meant to develop women. The achievement of an NDP will require a gender-focused lens. And we believe that we cannot think we can just budget and not say we want to be very specific when it comes to women and all the vulnerable people. Youth unemployment remains an issue. The proposal that we are bringing forward is that we maintain the current fiscal and monetary policies until an expansion is possible. Maybe the idea is not to cut because there's more need than there was before, but if we can keep the current ones until we are able to grow. We should reduce red tape so that small businesses can enter the market and they will stop being small and probably grow. We need to establish a strong public-private partnership and strengthen the relationship so that business can trust government better so that we can do projects together. The bottlenecks of licensing in the mining sector and other related sector needs to also be dealt with. We need to take decisive actions on economic crimes. We need to address the challenges on land reform and the logistical constraints that in order for us to unlock a flourishing agricultural sector. Next one. I think I've referred to this earlier, that before we enact the NHI bill, we need to make sure that we've got our governance matters taken care of. One of the recommendations is that we need to provide a comprehensive ECD services, which include health, the linkages between education and the Department of Health in order for us to have healthy kids who are not stunting. To ensure that we have appointments to public sector and SO boards that are based solely on merits rather than political consideration, and to improve on the SOE reforms so that the SOE can meet their developmental mandate. And we need to finalize the integrated framework bill. It came to cabinet, but it went back. We are hoping to bring it back, which will actually be a guiding bill for our planning. We need to institutionalize planning across all levels of government and ensure that public participation is crucial. We then have a small love letter we wrote to the president when we did this review. We call it an NDP call to action. Next slide. This call to action says the NDP remains as relevant as ever. It is still our lodestar. We don't have any other plan as a country but the NDP 2030. But for us to achieve the goals, the economic, social, and environmental fundamentals must be in place. We need a comprehensive, coordinated, multi-sectoral partnership approach to develop to be developed so that we can make progress. We need an approach rooted in good governance, economic transformation, social cohesion, just transition to more sustainable development pathways, as well as a bias in favor of the poorest of the poor. One, we call on the president to use his high office to advocate for the return of the NDP at the center, which I believe the president did during his opening address of parliament, and for that we are grateful. We call on cabinet and all government departments to create a policy environment that prioritizes the needs of the poorest of the poor. We call on local government to focus on the core responsibilities of providing services to our people. We call on the business sector to make its own contribution in attainment of the NDP. We therefore call on all South Africans to play their part in the restoration of hope in a more vigorous pursuit of the goals of the NDP over the second decade up until our 2030. That being said, thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I will then request that Commissioner May comes and give us the next presentation from the National Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I'm sure members have been taking note. And while Dr. May is coming forward, I would like to now welcome honorable members who have joined us during the course of the presentation. You are most welcome, and thank you for being part of this session. Dr. May, you may continue.
Thank you. Honourable members, Minister of Planning, Chairperson. I was given the brief to present on demographic trends. If Zarina could load the slides, that would be great. better. So when I was being trained in demography, I was told that demography includes just 3 variables: births, deaths, and migration. But those 3 simple variables produce essentially a tsunami, a slow-moving wave of change that eventually will change pretty much every institution that we have in South Africa. As the NDP, we've been looking at these 3 variables, trying to identify what are the key issues that these changes of births, deaths, and migration produce. Since the slides aren't coming up, I'll have to make use of my telephone like my students. So if colleagues would forgive me, it means removing my glasses. So the key trends that we are now that we've been investigating, the first is the demographic dividend. A demographic dividend is when we can turn the growth of our population, the youthfulness into our population, into an economic resource. A demographic dividend is a powerful resource. It has served countries such as South Korea, Singapore, countries which have gone through these trends extremely well. The second is the process of urbanization, as our population has moved into cities. The next is the process of informalization, as people live in informal houses, work in an informal sector. And the last are questions of inequity. We can go to the next slide, please. Let me start with the demographic dividend. Now, I talked about the idea that what informs a demographic dividend are the number of births. Here is a chart of the numbers of births that we've experienced in South Africa. As you can see, we continue to grow in the numbers of people that were giving birth, the number of children that were being born, up until around the late 2000s. This is not a surprise. It is simply that we had a young population that were coming into the years of being sexually reproductive. So it is what we expected. And then, as would be expected, as women become educated, as women are able to get access to employment, we start to see a sharp drop in the numbers of births. It's what we anticipate. It's a good thing. Now, the worrying thing is the uptick that started during COVID. We're unclear of the reasons for this. We're unclear of how long it will last. But we do know, in terms of the models of demography that exist, that we should anticipate to see a return to that downward pathway again as our fertility rate declines. We can go to the next slide, please. So there's our total fertility rate. It's the measure that demographers use. You can see that downward slope, which I referred to earlier, which is the positive decline in the number of births that each woman is giving, and then the upward tick that I spoke of as well. What else is important in demography are the deaths. So it's fortunate that we are now living longer. That's a positive outcome of our health system. It's a positive outcome of the reforms that have now enabled people to have clean water and to live in environments where there's sanitation. So we see a decline in our mortality rate. And as you would expect, if you have that, an increase in our life expectancy. We can now anticipate to live longer lives and longer and healthier lives. Now, a good way to be able to show what the slow tsunami, the slow change means is to focus on a life course. We can go to the next slide, please. So I focus on a life course. It's my own. This is 1960 when I was born. There's a little arrow there. That was me when I was born. It happens to be also the same year, approximately, when the deputy chair of the National Planning Commission was born, and indeed the deputy president of South Africa. So we're all children of the 60s. The circle at the top there is the size of our population. So at that point, we were around 18 million people. Sorry, around 16 million people. We can go to the next slide, and I'll do these quite quickly. So here I am in 1976. And I should mention, in 1960, I was born in the year of Sharpeville, the Sharpeville massacre. In 1976, I was preparing to exit school at the time of the Soweto riots. As you see, the population pyramid looks the same. We're still a very youthful country with a concentration of people in the very young age groups. The population has grown, the circle is bigger. Next slide, please. So now we shift to 1994, the beginning of our democracy. I was just 34 years of age. I returned to South Africa to find a very different country, a country which had a hope and a future. And now you start to see the demography of that country starting to change. Notice how the bottom of the pyramid is starting to narrow. So we're already moving from a very youthful country to a country which is less youthful. Let's keep going. Let's go to the next year. Here in 2013, the release of the National Development Plan was being prepared. You can see the population has now grown yet again to 58 million, so a much bigger circle. The base continues to narrow as we would expect. Let's go to now, 2024. I'm 64 years of age. The population has again grown, 61 million people now. And notice the shape of this pyramid is now more or less square. We're now starting to see not a country where youth means large numbers of very young children, but where youth means people entering the job market. It represents that demographic dividend. So fast forward. I'm a demographer. It means I can speculate when I might die. So God willing, I should live to about 88. Here's what the world will look like at the time when I might die. A very different South Africa from when I was born. A very much larger South Africa in terms of its population. So what does this mean? Next slide. When I was born, the odds of an African child to surviving 1 year of age was 7.7 to 1. The odds of me surviving as a white child was 40 to 1. Okay, so that's interesting when we start to move beyond percentages, when we start thinking about a person. This means that the odds of a white child surviving to year 1 was 6 times that of a black child. Although the odds for South African children are now also 40 to 1, white children are still 3 times more likely to survive to year 1 than black children. When I was born, the odds of me surviving to my current age was 7 to 1. For an African child, for the deputy chair of the planning commission, for the deputy president, it was 0.7 to 1. That means that while I had a 90% chance of being here, my esteemed colleagues had just a 50% chance of standing before you today. Now that I'm 64 years of age, the odds that I will survive until 88 are 0.1 to 1. It's the same for all of us. It means that out of 1,000 men now aged 65, about 100 are expected to reach 88 and 900 will not. God willing, I will be one that does. And when I was born, the odds were just 0.01. That means that just 10 men out of 100, so out of 1,000 would have survived. Next slide, please. So another way in which we can think about how demography influences what we are doing are dependency ratios. This is the ratio of people who are either children or who are older than 64 years of age and not working, measured as a ratio of the numbers of people who are working, who are of economically active age. You can see here by provinces, the dependency ratio. We can see that Limpopo has the highest dependency ratio for children, and while the Eastern Cape has the highest dependency rate for older people. So we have a concentration of older people living in the Eastern Cape and a concentration of younger people living in Limpopo. But it means that we have two groups of people we need to be concerned about for our social grants: our children and increasingly our older population. We're moving to be Africa's first country where we start to have to think about aging as a social concern. We can go to the next slide. Our colleague from Stats SA has shared you the poverty drivers of the general population. Very good to see you, Patricia. These are the poverty drivers among the youth. Because if we have this population, this concentration of population among the youth, we need to find out what it is that's causing them to remain poor. In the case of youth, it's about the most important driver is educational attainment. We have too few children not completing their 12 years of education. We have too few children moving into training and to vocational education and into degrees. As a result, they are unable to translate the education that they have received into a better prospect of getting a job. The second major driver is the presence of adult unemployment. So when adults in a family of a youth are unemployed, that reduces the child's chances of escaping poverty. And finally, it's the extent to which youth are not economically active, not in education, and not in training. So one of the things the NPC is pursuing with vigor is the importance of increasing the numbers that are getting into our TFED colleges and being able to graduate with those with useful skills. Next slide, please. I've already alluded to the demographic dividend, and here is a definition, a formal definition of it for your perusal later. The threats at the moment Despite the fertility rate falling, teenage pregnancy remains high. We still are having too many young women falling pregnant before they turn 20, and as a result, before they've entered the labor market or completed their education. We have suboptimal levels of scarce skills among young people. Although I'm based at a university, one of the concerns is that we are not having enough people receiving the training in professions for which will probably pay higher than me as a university lecturer, and are which are more in demand. Plumbers, electricians, computer programmers. These are the kinds of scarce skills that we need to be thinking about. Next slide, please. Okay, so I said migration. Migration is of many kinds, and the Planning Commission has just held a migration symposium last week, which you may have read about in the press. One of the key areas of migration that we find of interest is the migration from rural areas into urban areas and from smaller towns into metropolitan areas. Here's the increase of our population that are living in urban areas and the population living in rural areas, the green and the red. So we're seeing a decided increase in the share of our population living in urban areas. It means that we need to learn how to deliver services into urban areas to a rapidly increasing population. Much of the change that is taking place in your provinces and in your municipalities is not that more people are being born. It's that people are moving into your areas. I'm sure I do not have to tell the colleagues from the Western Cape or Gauteng of that fact. The next one, we can go to the next slide. But this is actually more complicated. South Africa, compared to other countries in Africa, is excessively metropolitized. We have too large a number of people living in our metropolitan areas, seeking jobs, desiring services, and we're not making good enough use of the resource of our secondary towns and our secondary cities and our small towns. We need to have a more diversified spatial framework to be able to deliver services at the scale that they are needed. Next slide. Following the census, the release of the census, migration has very much been in the spotlight, and here are your provinces which are experiencing the most growth from migration from other parts of South Africa. As you would have been aware, Gauteng province in particular, followed by the Western Cape. Whilst pretty much all provinces have seen internal migration, but in some instances they are ascending areas where somebody is moving into another province, but probably still retaining the same links to their home, to their village, to their families in that village. So again, we need to think about migration as a positive thing, something that can drive development, that is bringing energy, and that energy can flow in both ways, from urban to rural, as well as from rural to urban. Next slide, please. So informalization is a kind of generic term that refers to the numbers of people that might be employed in what we've often termed the informal sector, or are living in informal settlements. This language actually is a bit strange because actually, given the numbers of people that are employed in the informal sector who are living in the informal areas, this is not a deviation. This is the normal. It is normal for people to be working in the informal sector. And in some ways, we need to embrace that energy. We need to think about this as an economy which can rapidly grow. I was trying to find another word for this, thinking, well, what word can I present to you other than informal? And there was a nice word that came out of architecture where they talk about vernacular. In other words, vernacular, it's appropriate for the context. So maybe informal is not appropriate if you live in New York, but if you live in Zwelathemba in the Western Cape, it's well suited to the opportunities that you have. I presented numbers. As I said, municipalities and provinces, you don't deal with percentages. You deal with numbers of people, and numbers are going up. So here's the numbers of people who are informally employed and who are informally housed. Informally employed is the blue line, and you can see, like the rest of the economy, we took a knock following COVID in terms of the loss of jobs in the informal economy, but it recovered. And in fact, it appears to be growing faster than it was before. Again, people are seeking opportunities where they can find them. And then informally housed, again, we are concerned about the delivery of formal housing, but really we need to be also concerned about the delivery of good services to our informal settlements. Because again, you can see the numbers were kind of stabilized, started to drop, but again, we started to see an increase in that. Next slide, and I'm not far from finished, Zarina. Now, inequity. You've heard a lot about inequality. I quite like the term inequity. Inequities are things which are unfair, unjust, and unnecessary. So here's an inequity which I'm particularly concerned about. In a report that was released by the UWC Center of Excellence in Food Security and UCT's Child Institute, a talk was made of the notion of a slow violence against children. And the slow violence there was malnutrition. One of the ways we can mark the slow violence of malnutrition is by the percentage of our children who are stunted. In other words, they have not grown to the level, to the height that they ought to be given their age. It's not that being short is bad for those of you who are, like myself, below average height. It is simply that this is a reflection of a nutritional insult that can have an impact on your health, make you more prone to infectious diseases like COVID, and that can also disable you in other ways. Our stunting rate, despite us adopting the same policies of countries that have brought down child stunting, such as Brazil or Peru, remain pretty much static for 30 years. And indeed, if you see there's an upward tick there that we need to start to be concerned about. Another implication of food insecurity, of our diets, is the change in our health patterns. No, please remain on the last slide. The slide on the right is from Stats SA. It shows the numbers, the prevalence of death from different kinds of non-communicable disease. So, for example, diabetes, hypertension, and so forth, cancer, and so forth. The orange is the one to be concerned about. That's diabetes. Now, diabetes, in an extreme case, will cause you to die. But more importantly, diabetes is an expensive and debilitating disease. And we have one of the fastest growing prevalences of diabetes. Among that population that I showed you, our demographic dividend are also people that are consuming diets that result in them acquiring diabetes. Next slide. Mention was made of food insecurity by my Stats SA colleague. I won't go into this. We were making good progress with food insecurity, where people assessed whether or not they had enough to eat each night. But again, like everything else following COVID, we see an uptick. And my last slide. What are the implications for development planning of all these numbers? The first is to wonder whether we have municipal bylaws that are vernacular, are appropriate to the context. Are we enforcing bylaws and zoning regulations which enable people to work in the informal sector, enable people to improve their buildings in the informal housing? We need to think about our local economic development strategies. They are critical if we are to be able to grow those small towns that I talked about. And again, they must be vernacular. They must be in context. We need to focus on our spatial development plans because they are trying to link one region to the other. They are a mechanism of coordination. We need to harvest that demographic dividend, educating young people in relevant fields, focusing on focusing on training for the needs, focusing on youth unemployment. We need to ensure food and nutritional security for our population, but particularly putting children at the center of that planning for food and nutrition security. We need climate resilient food systems. Climate change, as you probably experienced today, if you walked on the streets of Cape Town, the excessive wind at this time of the year, the extended winter, the rain that is happening that continues into the growing season. These are the ways in which climate change is affecting our ability to be food and nutrition secure. And finally, we have to live with the fact that increasingly we are trying to manage in a polycrisis, multiple things going wrong at the same time, multiple challenges that have different causes, different explanations, and different responses. To manage that, we will need to invest in infrastructure. We will need to build our resilience, yet again, and our capacity to adapt. And critically, we will need up-to-date, accurate, and a relevant evidence base so that we can do our development planning. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, my last job was to introduce my colleague, Commissioner Cohen, who will take you through our deliberations.
Good morning, honourable members, Chair and our Minister. I'm going to take you through the work that we've been doing as a Commission in terms of translating the National Development Plan into the medium term, so for the next 5 years. And what we have done is gone chapter by chapter through the NDP, and we have looked at how are we doing against what the original aspirations were. and based on that analysis, identified some key priorities. So it is part of a much longer text, which you don't have before you. You will have it shortly. It's the National Planning Commission's Implementation Advisory, but I'm going to take you through some of those elements, certainly not all of it, giving you some examples in terms of what we regard as priorities for the medium term. And I think it's important to note that we've defined priorities in three ways. The one is it connected to the National Development Plan? Is it fundamentally developmental in nature? The second is around, is it capable of execution in the medium term? Because as much as we want to address these problems that we've heard about this morning, we've got to be realistic and practical in terms of what can be delivered in the medium term. Do we have the budget? Do we have the resources for it? And do we have the capacity to deal with everything simultaneously? And then the third is, will it have significant impact? And in order to determine impact, we rely on data, we rely on the evidence, and we rely on the information and input that we received from constituencies such as business, such as labor and civil society. So that's what's gone into the identification of these priorities that I'm going to take you through. And as indicated, it's part of an implementation advisory that we have prepared on the medium-term development plan. So the first thing I want to mention is that there are a number of cross-cutting issues, and you will see that I will reference those cross-cutting issues as I proceed through the various priority areas. The first is the issue around coordination and a joint outcomes-based framework. So a lot of our analysis has looked at why has implementation not happened as intended, and a lot of that has got to do with our weaknesses in terms of how we are able to coordinate our planning, our implementation, our monitoring, our budgeting, all of those go together. One of our key recommendations is that for these significant priority areas that rely on different spheres of government and different government departments is that our coordination mechanisms have to be stronger. And that requires what we call a joint coordination framework or outcomes framework, which each department or sphere of government would then be responsible for their own particular deliverable. But that coordination needs to happen at a national level within the presidency, as the Constitution prescribes, and it needs to happen in conjunction with the three spheres of government. So that's the one key issue, and you'll see that's referenced in a number of places. The second is around modernizing management systems, reducing red tape, and bolstering capacity for implementation. So in many instances, what we've created because of our lack of coordination is a very complex regulatory environment that our citizens, that our businesses have to engage with. And it's actually really difficult. So in a lot of areas, what we've identified is this need to really look at the processes that one is engaged in terms of working out what's the most effective process to achieve the ends that are required, reduce the red tape accordingly, and often digitize those processes. The third is that we have recommended that the work that Operation Vulindlela does must continue, but it must continue to focus on a small number of priority reforms as it has done. It can't broaden its scope too much because then they won't be priorities and they won't be as effective as they can be. But the other important aspect is that that delivery unit approach that has been taken by Operation Vulindlela is something that we believe can be embedded in many areas of government. The fourth element is around partnerships and contribution to delivery. And I think there are many instances where we recognize that can play a role. Our call is to make sure that those partnerships are managed appropriately and that there are the proper governance structures and proper accountability in place. A lot of the reforms require financing, and we know that we are in a difficult situation where there isn't enough finances to finance the reforms required. That calls for inclusive and innovative financing and blended financing, and we've got particular recommendations in that regard. Data and statistical reforms, and we've heard much about that this morning, but in many instances, we do not have the available data in order to inform our decisions and also to inform how well we're progressing. So that requires a detailed discussion on its own, but I think the point needs to be that that we need to watch that data process very, very clearly, and also just be open to reforms in terms of addressing that. And then this has been mentioned, but I think important to reinforce is that often we refer to particular groups such as women, youth, people with disabilities, and we cluster them together, which we've said from a planning commission perspective is not always appropriate, is that they require differentiated focus and interventions. The other is that we don't actively measure the impact of ostensibly neutral reforms on these different groups. And often what one finds, particularly, and we've seen this, the evidence demonstrates with gender interventions, is that if you have a neutral reform, such as SMME financing, for example, is that unless there are specific areas of focus that will focus on bringing women into that net, is that they tend to have less access to that benefit. So the recommendation in that regard, and it's a strong recommendation that I urge this House to take into account, is that every reform that is identified in the medium-term development plan should have a baseline which has women, youth, and people with disabilities identified as a baseline. And when it is measured, you need to look at the impacts in terms of those specific groups, because if it's not having, if it's having a detrimental effect or not having the desired inclusive effect, then you can actually course correct over the medium term. Obviously, all these issues rely on a capable state. There is a chapter dedicated to capable states in the National Development Plan. I will address that in a little bit of detail, but I think important to emphasize that that is almost the core of what needs to be focused on. So with that in mind, I'm going to move to some of the select committee focus areas and give you a flavor of some of the priorities that we've identified. I obviously can't take you through all of them in the time, but we'll attempt to just give you some hint at what is contained in that. So the first area under the Select Committee on Education and Technology, Sports, Art and Culture that I want to draw your attention to is that of education. So that's Chapter 9 of the National Development Plan. And there are 3 high-level recommendations in that regard. The first is around coordination, and coordination particularly in relation to early childhood development. It requires different spheres of government, and it requires different national departments to work together to achieve those outcomes. They need a joint outcomes framework and deliverables aligned to those targets. In addition, there's the need to rapidly scale the number of early childhood development facilities. And our recommendation is that that is by 40,000 by 2029. So those are the facilities that have to register through the registration systems, which is exceptionally complex. And that's one particular area where red tape is being actively considered and addressed. But that's the type of intervention that we think will be really valuable on the early childhood development side. Improving planning for successful basic education, and our suggestions in that regard are around improving the collection of data for planning, and a caution and a review around the proposed 3-stream model, which hasn't been subjected to sufficient consultation, but also socioeconomic impact assessment. And then a really important area in terms of basic education is affordable access to broadband infrastructure. This was something that was on the agenda but has not been delivered. It needs measurable targets and a dedicated focus. In terms of post-school education and training, the most important element there is around demand-led skilling for the economies, sectors of the economy that are growing, sectors such as tourism, sectors such as the digital economy, agriculture, agri-processing. And the skills system needs to meet the demand of the labor market, essentially. We've focused too much on the supply side and need to move more into the demand side. And there's a number of proposals that we make in terms of adjusting skills levies and also putting in place a realistic community colleges plan to target those not in employment, education, and training. If I can move to the next chapter of this section, and this deals with economic infrastructure. I'm only going to touch at this stage on the particular element of digital and network infrastructure. I will get to some of the other areas, time permitting, a little bit later. There's a big emphasis on access to broadband infrastructure under this to implement the electronic communication legislation and make sure that there are proper policies that will give effect to it. And then a recognition that we need to protect our critical infrastructure from criminal activity. If you look at all our other network industries, energy, rail, water, is that they're regarded as critical infrastructure sites. The same is not true in terms of our network infrastructure. So it needs to be similarly regarded and protected. And then there is also an element in terms of digital devices. This has become the way in which people engage with the economy, the way in which people engage with society to some extent. But yet we tax our digital devices in the same way as we do other luxury goods, when this is in effect an essential good. The next area important to this select committee is around transforming the society, uniting the country, which is Chapter 5 of the National Development Plan. We have two proposals in that regard around implementing the National Strategy for Social Cohesion. This was drafted by DSAC and adopted by Cabinet, but its implementation has not been there. So really emphasizing that it should be coordinated and implemented as required. And there's also a proposal in terms of a social cohesion framework that has come from the National Planning Commission, which would be very helpful in this regard. We emphasize advancing reforms that reinforce social cohesion in communities. One specific reform that we recommend is that there's a consideration of enlarging the National Youth Service. Currently, it funds 20,000 young people a year. It could be scaled manageably to 100,000, which would make a considerable difference. And then implementing a civics education curriculum. That's been on the agenda for a long time in schools, but it yet hasn't been implemented. I'm moving to the Select Committee on Social Services, and I'm going to move a little bit quicker because I see time is not on my side. So under healthcare, we have focused in terms of reducing the maternal mortality ratio, which means bringing down the burdening of disease, strengthening the health system. In terms of reducing non-communicable deaths, which now are increasingly the biggest concern from a health perspective, there is a national strategic plan for prevention and control of national NCDs that runs till 2027, but its implementation has been poor. It needs to be prioritized. And then there's a very good program in place around ideal clinics, which focuses on primary healthcare facilities and says that they must be brought up to standard in terms of financial management, be put onto the electronic health patient registration and other areas. We are behind on those targets, and we need to really accelerate how that is delivered, because that is really the interface in terms of most people who need to access the public healthcare system, and it hasn't been given the attention it requires. In terms of improving private healthcare facilities, management and staffing, I want to draw your attention to the study that has been done in terms of nurses training. We currently are accrediting enough nurses to have 47,000 more nurses by 2030 in the country. We need to double that and have an additional 50,000 if we are going to reach the targets that are required from a country perspective. This is not only going to be subject to funding by the public sector, there's a private sector component. The blockages there need to be addressed, and they're not necessarily of a financial nature. Moving to the next section in terms of social protection. One of our recommendations is to strengthen the infrastructure for social development. We recommend the increase of the child support grant to the food poverty line, making sure that both the child support grant as well as old age and disability grants increase in line with inflation, and the consideration of a pregnancy grant. We recommend the widening of coverage as part of a comprehensive approach to social assistance, and that again requires the coordination that hasn't come to bear across different departments, but also requires linking of data sets which sit in different departments to inform policy decisions and monitoring. In terms of strengthening developmental social infrastructure, one of the recommendations there is to develop an index, because we don't have the measures to actually identify how well we're doing in that regard, and really focus on social service professionals. In terms of economy and employment, there are two areas that I think this select committee could focus upon, and there are two specific proposals. The one is around coordination on youth interventions and youth employment. There's a lot of activity happening within the state across the three spheres, but that activity is not coordinated and not impactful. So we propose a coordinated outcomes framework in that regard. Similarly, there's very little focus across the board in terms of women's economic participation and work opportunities. And we're proposing in that regard that work commences to develop a framework of how women can be included into the economy in a much more meaningful way. Moving to the Select Committee on Public Infrastructure, there's a National Development Plan goal of 30% of fixed capital formation, and we are way off that target. It requires 200 billion rand per annum in order to investment in order to achieve these targets. So the critical issue here is really about blended financing and enhancing those mechanisms to be able to deliver the infrastructure requirements of the country. In terms of the Energy Action Plan, there's financial requirements there as well, but we suggest that there be a prioritization in terms of the Energy Action Plan, the Transmission Development Plan, and a relook at the draft Integrated Resource Plan of 2023, which is out of kilter with where the other plans have said we should be going. In terms of water investments, there's work that has been done by the National Planning Commission that estimates that huge amounts of investment are required in that regard. It's going to require public and private interventions. Similarly with the freight logistics roadmap, and an important emphasis there in terms of collaborating with law enforcement, because that infrastructure is at threat. Enhancing local government capacity for infrastructure. There's some suggestions that we make in that regard, but most importantly, coordination on a strategy to fix municipal government finance, because that seems to be the key entry point. In terms of a capable and developmental state, which is Chapter 13, there's a number of pieces of legislation that need to be finalized: the Public Service Amendment Bill, Public Administrative Amendment Bill, Public Service Commission bills. Those need to be finalized and implemented, and a lot of them deal with stabilizing the political administrative interface across all spheres of government. And we believe that that's in line with what the NDP says, but it's also in line with the professionalization framework. In terms of institutionalization and coordination, we've already mentioned earlier on the Development Planning Framework Bill, which it's important that that comes before the Houses of Parliament. And then in terms of digital transformation and modernized processes, is that there's a very strong need, and this is digital transformation within the state, a very strong need to coordinate those efforts across the different departments and the different spheres of government, develop a common roadmap, and build capabilities in that regard. Chair, I want your guidance, please, whether I may continue because I see the time is up or whether I need to. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Would you alert me when, because I'll cut it when I need to. Thank you. Now, the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration. Some of these areas I might have referred to, so I'll skirt over them quite briefly. But if one looks at economic infrastructure, the points of emphasis here is really around the investments in the water sector. Sustainable water management is the lowest cost solution. That's the one that the National Planning Commission believes should be pursued. And then importantly, the point that has just been made in terms of coordination at a local government level of all the strategic entities, SELGA, COCTA, around electricity, water, and network infrastructures in general. Transforming human settlements. So this is got a chapter of its own in the National Development Plan. Obviously, there are a number of areas of priority. And so what we've done as a planning commission is focused on where we think the biggest impact is going to be felt. And that is around coordinated planning and strengthening infrastructure development. So when one looks at the DDM system, is that it's got multiple priorities. What we're recommending is that one of the key priorities that be identified there is infrastructure, and that be better planned, coordinated, in line with a number of frameworks and strategies that exist, but haven't yet been implemented. Similarly, in terms of enhanced spatial planning and alignment, that's a coordination and capacity building capability that we believe is really important. Targeting investment in infrastructure for both rural and urban areas. The NSDF and the census data has targeted and indicated very, very clearly that former homeland areas are those that have the least infrastructure and really could be most developmental in terms of impact. So we urge that that be paid particular attention to. And then in terms of human settlements and infrastructure alignment, this is around implementing the integrated urban development framework. It's there, it hasn't been implemented. So you'll see in many instances, we recommend implementing existing policy instruments rather than developing new ones. The policy instruments are sound, but they just haven't been given the capacity and prioritization in order to implement. And in that regard, there's things such as tenure security and certainly aligning new housing with infrastructure provisioning. I've spoken to the capable and developmental state, so I won't repeat that. Moving now to the Select Committee on Security and Justice. The priority areas in that regard fall under Chapter 12, mainly Chapter 12 and 14 of the National Development Plan. Chapter 12 is another area where we recommend that there be coordination, and that's on the integrated crime violence prevention strategy. Focus in terms of implementing that in a coordinated way. The strategy is there, it hasn't been implemented. Similarly, the strategy in terms of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, it's there, but it doesn't have the implementation mechanisms. So it needs to take that approach that I referred to right at the start, a delivery unit approach similar to what Operation Vulindlela does, and implement that based on targets and a roadmap. Demilitarization of police services. This is very much part of the National Development Plan, but it requires a professionalization of the police services and essentially instilling a caring and human rights centered approach in terms of how the police services operate. And then lastly, in terms of policing of firearms and ammunition, the leading cause of violent crimes and contributor to that is the issue of illegal firearms and ammunition, but yet our processes in terms of implementing interventions in that regard are generally weak. We need to prioritize large-scale confiscation and destruction of firearms, enhance licensing and controls in that regard. In terms of Chapter 14, fighting corruption, there are some very tangible proposals that we make in that regard. I will touch on some of them. We have a National Advisory Anti-Corruption Council. They have made recommendations. A number of those are very helpful, including the management and improved management of disciplinary processes within the state, installing the public service ethics back into the state, and then the strengthening of public procurement processes. So implementing the Public Procurement Act, establishing an independent procurement authority, and then importantly, modernizing and digitizing the office of the Chief Procurement Officer. Chair, if you'll please give me an indication when, I've got about another 5 minutes, but I'm happy to shut off earlier if need be. Is that in order? Thank you, Chair. Moving to the Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade, I've already spoken through the economic infrastructure elements, so I won't repeat those again. But if one looks at Chapter 3 of the National Development Plan, which focuses on economy and employment, there are some areas there that I think would be of particular relevance to the House. The one is around rapidly accelerating the growth of formal and informal small businesses. And the underline is on the informal, because most times we tend to focus on the formal. We need both. And actually a lot of our gap is with the informal small business sector. That requires reducing red tape in critical areas which we identify. It's around tracking it through official statistics, and a recommendation in terms of developing a 10 billion rand small debt fund, which is supported by a first loss of 2.5 billion by the state, and then the rest is raised through the private sector. There's an emphasis in terms of enabling future-facing job-rich sectors. There's a master plan process in place. It's become very prolific. It needs to be focused on priority sectors, such as agri, tourism, digital, global business services that are job-intensive, and those plans need to be investable. As they stand, they are not sufficiently so, and they need to be monitored, and they need to be implemented. And then a recommendation in terms of revitalizing the process of economic development, including refreshing industrial policy, which needs to be export and investment orientated, and hasn't sufficiently been, as well as indicating how those policies are then interpreted and located into the local level. In terms of South Africa in the region and the world, our biggest proposal in that regard is around taking what we have done in terms of political diplomacy and translating that into economic diplomacy. So how do we enhance our trade and investments and improve the quality of our missions to leverage our economic opportunities? And then in terms of land and mineral resources, there's a number of recommendations in this regard, but taking into account the time available, there are points around environmental sustainability in terms of Chapter 5 of the National Development Plan, which really is around governance and improving coordination of the just transition framework, and enhancing our capability for development of climate change adaptation and mitigation. In terms of inclusive rural economy, I think the one area there to really address for today is around, there's a master plan. That master plan has not been implemented for about 1.5 years. It's probably one of the most critical master plans that we could be dealing with in terms of inclusive growth and employment. It's a good, well-developed document, but it lacks implementation capability. And then very lastly, in this regard, around transforming human settlements, I think the point that does need to be made and is frequently discussed within our commission is that we need to take those local economic development plans seriously. If there's 2 areas to focus on, it's infrastructure and those local economic development plans. Often that has fallen by the wayside, and we want to see them emphasized within the district development model articulation. Honourable members, that concludes the input in terms of priorities. I've indicated that there is an advisory. It's got much more detail than I had the ability to take you through today. But I thank you for your attention and thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much for such a fruitful presentation. And I'm sure that members have noted all the presentation that have been done today, and accordingly, we will be afforded an opportunity to engage with those presentations. Maybe the DP has just arrived. Probably before I start with the business, can I request that we be on our feet to welcome him? Thank you very much. You may be seated. Colleagues, I just want to start off by apologizing. Earlier on, when I was giving my presentation, I made an omission when I was acknowledging those present, an omission that is quite crucial. I've omitted to acknowledge the speakers and deputy speakers that are here with us. And for that, I profusely apologize. Accordingly, I want to take this opportunity and welcome you to the NCOP. Having said that, honorable members, we are graced by the presence of the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Ubaba Paul Mashatile. The Deputy President is a man that is known by all of us. He hails from Gauteng. He was born at Geraldsville in Pretoria. I won't mention when was he born. During his early political activism, the Deputy President has held various leadership positions, including joining the Congress of South African Students while studying at Alexander High School. Owing to his political activism, he was detained under the state of emergency regulations declared by the then apartheid state president P.W. Botha and spent more than 4 years in prison without trial. Whilst in prison, he then decided to pursue his academic studies. In 1992, he was appointed as Provincial Secretary of the South African Communist Party in Gauteng, a position he held from 1992 to 2010. In addition, the Deputy President has also risen through ranks of the African National Congress. He was elected the chairperson of the Gauteng province in 1992 and also elected as the Provincial Secretary of the African National Congress, a position he held for 6 years, and in 1998, he was the Deputy Chairperson of the ANC in Gauteng. The Deputy President Mashatile has vast experience in governance as well, where he held a numerous position in government as member of Executive Council. He was once a Premier of Gauteng Province from 2008 up to 2009. He then joined in the Executive at National as the Deputy Minister of Arts and Culture from 2009 to 2010, and he then became the Minister of Arts and Culture from 2010 to 2014. He also became the chairperson of Appropriation Committee in Parliament from 2014 to 2016. In 2017, he was then elected as the Treasurer General of the party at the 54th National Conference. During his tenure as the TG of the African National Congress, he has also acted as the Secretary General and as well as the Deputy Secretary General of the ANC. He was a triangular.
He was then sworn in as Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa on the 7th of March 2023, following his appointment to his role by President Cyril Ramaphosa. In this 7th administration, the President saw it fit to invite him once again to be the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, can we be once again on our feet as we welcome our Deputy President as he comes to address us? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Refilwe Mutsweni Tsipane, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Pubalan Govenda, President of Salga, Councillor Faku. We were debating earlier on whether I should call you alderman, but we're not sure that it's that after many years in local government, but I think you're getting there. Minister in the Presidency for Planning, Minister Marupeni Ramokgopa, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers who are in attendance, Honorable Premiers, members of the Executive Council, Honorable House Chairpersons, senior government officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to take part in this first three-sphere planning session of the National Council of Provinces for the 7th administration, which is convened under the theme towards an oversight agenda for the 7th Parliament, delineating key policy and oversight priorities for the NCOP in the 7th Parliament. Chairperson, one of the key objectives for convening this important session is indeed to delineate key policy priorities for implementation and oversight by the National Council of Provinces. During the opening address of the 7th Parliament, President Cyril Ramaphosa outlined three overarching priorities of the Government of National Unity, which are the following: driving inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and tackling high cost of living, and lastly, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We have adopted the above three priorities because whilst we have made significant progress in the last 30 years of reducing poverty and inequality, we remain faced with challenges of a slow-growing economy, high unemployment and poverty rates, high incidences of crime, corruption and lawlessness, and a highly fractured society. Having noted the ongoing challenges that we face as the seventh administration, we have taken a decision that we must invest in building a capable developmental state. A developmental state in our context is a state that will redirect resources towards job creation and ensure that people have access to ownership, economic opportunity, education, healthcare, and other basic services. More importantly, in a quest for a developmental state, we will continue to invest in building safer communities. Chairperson, building safer communities not only a police or police responsibility, but it is a shared responsibility between the police themselves, communities, but also all sectors of our community or our society. In this regard, we urge citizens to work with law enforcement agencies to combat crime in our communities. We are also aware of the persistent issues of high levels of extortion. I'm sure many members have heard about these stories, especially in the Eastern Cape, very rife in Mthatha area, where there is extortion of one kind or the other. We will, Chairperson, through the JCPS cluster, bring together resources to put an end to these extortions and ensure that communities may conduct their businesses without fear or intimidation. We are equally going to embark on a program of cleaning cities. I know that sometimes people can take this as an activity that is not important, but cleaner cities are very important to attract investments in those cities. So we want to embark on this program. So we would like leaders in our various respective towns to launch even competitions about cleaning our cities. We will collaborate with the Minister of COCTA, but also SALGA, to form a committee that will conduct an annual assessment of the cleanliness of cities and present awards in this regard. Bear in mind, honorable members, that bontle ke botho. I don't know what it said in English. Bontle ke botho. This campaign has the potential to engage the private sector as well. And in fact, we have seen this work so well in provinces like Gauteng. Many of you realize in the past few years, the private sector came to the party and they were part of this program of Bontle ke botho, of cleaning our cities. This campaign has also the potential of ensuring that members of the private sector partner with communities at the local level to ensure that our cities are clean and safe. Honorable members, in realizing the vision of building a developmental, capable, and ethical state, we will vigorously implement the plan to professionalize the public service. And we will do so by investing capacity in the National School of Government, because we want to ensure that we continue to invest in modernization, the modernization of the state by introducing innovative solutions across government, particularly because we are currently living in the digital era. The whole world is going digital in many respects, and we as South Africa must not be left behind. Over the last 30 years, we have adopted progressive policies. And in this 7th administration, we are going to pay special attention to the speed of execution. This includes strengthening coordination through a refocused presidency as the center of government by pulling together other critical government departments such as COCTA and National Treasury. Our intention, Chairperson, is to align planning and budgeting as part of implementing the district development model, which is premised on what we call one plan, one vision. And this we will do to achieve maximum results in building a better life for our people. Together with local government, we need to prioritize overcoming local CAPEX funding gaps for infrastructure. For example, we are introducing a public-private partnership model in water supply with the National Treasury and Department of Water and Sanitation. This will ensure that we resolve the potential water crisis as we have done in capping the energy and load shedding problems. It is very important, honorable members, I must emphasize that we need to act before there is a crisis. You know, we know that we had challenges with electricity, we got into load shedding problems, so we want to prevent crisis in water. That's why we're acting very fast to ensure that we don't really get to a crisis. We know there are some areas or communities where they now have some problems of water, and we need to act fast to be able to deal with those problems. Through the DDM, for instance, in Waterberg, together with the private sector participating, we are making much needed interventions to create opportunities for the communities there. In eThekwini metropolitan area, we have been resolving the water crisis to the extent that we are beginning to see much needed changes in the functioning of the municipality. I had an opportunity as well to visit the eThekwini municipality and their areas there to see what they are doing. And indeed, at the time I got there, they had started with intervention to ensure that we don't get to a water crisis. Now, Chairperson, together with the Minister of Water and Sanitation, we will be visiting Giyani to assess the state of progress in ensuring that people have water in that part of the province. I'm happy that MEC Bioscope is here. Ntabe nifamba na wena loko hi ya laya. Ta vona ku ri vanhu fane va kuma mati. Tatani Bioscope. Ta fika laya Giyani. This is going to be the modus operandi because we want to ensure that we do not have crises, whether it's energy or water or whatever. So we need to have this intervention where we go to these areas where there are challenges, we look at what the problems are, but more importantly, we resolve them. So we don't do joyrides. We go to the areas because we want to resolve these problems. Honorable members, the successful implementation of the district development model lies in the speed of execution as a modus operandi which should be adopted across all spheres of government. In specific terms, we need to ensure that from the point of view of the executive at all levels, we entrench the discipline of getting things done. In this regard, we are working on measures that will ensure the introduction of legislation by the executive in Parliament and ensure that this is done timeously. Equally, we are ensuring that when bills are introduced in the National Assembly, they must have followed all compliance processes so that the constitutionality of the proposed legislation is not compromised. The issue you are raising with me, National Chairperson, that you get involved in a lot of litigation because sometimes bills are not processed properly, following all necessary processes. So we are going to ensure that that happens. Honorable members, as we gather here today, we must ensure that we sharpen and crystallize a common understanding of the three overarching policy priorities of this seventh administration. We must equally develop a common appreciation of a monitoring, implementation, and evaluation framework, which is in line with the Intergovernmental Framework Act to realize the theme of this planning session. Chairperson, this year, 2024, marks 70 years since the adoption of the 1954 Women's Charter. At the height of legislated and colonialistic oppression in South Africa, women united across race, gender, and ethnic lines to adopt and legitimize the Women's Charter, demonstrating their resilience and leadership role. Today, many South African women, as we know, are subjected to poverty, unemployment, gender-based violence, and femicide. During this seventh dispensation of our Parliament, we must deepen the struggle against gender-based violence and femicide and ensure gender parity in government, in business, and all sectors of our society. We must not only acknowledge the plight of women, but we need to implement concrete action plans and programs to empower women, to empower the youth, and also to empower people with disabilities. As we look towards the future of our nation, it is important that we set clear policy priorities and strategies to ensure effective oversight and governance. The seventh Parliament holds the responsibility of guiding our nation towards prosperity, inclusivity, and a sustainable development. The oversight function of the NCOP is vital in ensuring that government service delivery is efficient, equitable, and responsive to the needs of our people. In delineating the key policy and oversight priorities for the NCOP, we must focus on three fundamental spheres of planning: the legislative, the executive, and public participation. We must ensure that laws uphold the principles of justice, equality, and the rule of law through robust legislative oversight. I know, Chairperson, that this is time consuming. It takes time to ensure, go out there, engage with communities, but it must be done. It's important that we get our people involved. In keeping with Parliament's strategic vision, the 7th Parliament must be driven by tangible efforts to respond to the demands of the people and be driven by the objective realization of a higher quality of life for all South Africans. Honorable members, the people expect us to work together as different political parties to achieve our country's development priorities as outlined in the National Development Plan. It is in this context that political parties that participated in the 2024 elections and received seats in the national and provincial legislatures pledged to cooperate through a voluntary government of national unity. To achieve the goals of the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, it is imperative that we as the 7th administration continue our collaborative efforts, serving as a crucial pillar that guides our developmental strategy. We must make it our mission to promote fixed capital investments, industrialization, job creation, and also work hard towards the improvement of our people's lives. Therefore, in the next 5 years, our strategic priorities are to create inclusive economic growth and job creation. We aim to uphold and enhance the social wage while also constructing an ethical and progressive state. Chairperson, we will be unveiling the medium-term development plan as soon as Cabinet approves it. This medium-term development plan will set out a well-defined vision and strategy that outlines clear goals and includes specific, measurable objectives and a roadmap for achieving them over the next 5 years. Therefore, we need to use the medium-term development plan to continue to make strategic investments in individuals as well, particularly through education, skills development, but also adequate healthcare. Furthermore, we must strive to improve our community's spatial perspectives by ensuring that the National Spatial Development Framework is implemented at all levels of government. And we must do so as outlined in Chapter 8 of the National Development Plan. As the 7th Parliament, we have a responsibility to oversee the performance of government departments and other state organs, as well as ensure accountability and transparency in government actions across all spheres. This is a responsibility of members of Parliament, members of the NCOP and the National Assembly to ensure that this happens. Together in our distinctive, interdependent and interrelatedness, we hold the responsibility of guiding our nation towards prosperity, inclusivity, and sustainable development. Through the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act of 2005, we collectively have a responsibility to coordinate and facilitate intergovernmental relations at all levels, as well as further develop mechanisms and procedures to facilitate integrated planning, address implementation disjunctures and duplications in planning and budgeting. In fact, we must do everything our power to eradicate duplications and ensure that we align planning and budgeting. Chairperson, in my capacity as the leader of government business, I pledge to this House that the executive will always be accountable to Parliament. To Parliament, in other words, the National Assembly and the NCOP, which houses the people's representatives. You are the people's representatives, and we must make sure that we as the executive accounts to you as the people's representatives. We must ensure that we facilitate and deepen executive accountability by ushering in a new culture of cooperation between the NCOP and the three spheres of government. This cooperation should be based on a shared commitment to better the material conditions of our people, but it should also be rooted in a deep reverence and respect for the people who elected us to serve. Furthermore, policy making and legislative processes require active participation, as we indicated earlier, to hear the views of our people, to address their concerns as citizens. We must strive to create meaningful channels for engagement and dialogue, fostering a culture of transparency, responsiveness, and accountability. And I know, Chairperson, that the NCOP does programs like going out to communities, in fact, taking the NCOP to communities. Those are very important programs that keeps us in touch with the people. It is therefore most commendable that the NCOP has created this strategic platform to address three-sphere planning disjunctures and anomalies. This platform now presents a poignant opportunity to articulate the critical imperative of elevating the status and importance of joint planning. We have been talking a lot about joint planning, including introducing the district development model. It's important that we must see to its implementation. Within this context, I wish to issue a clarion call to members of the executive across all three spheres of government to heed the call for joint and integrated planning, budgeting, and implementation as facilitated by the DDM. I know that there are some people who don't like the DDM, but we're going to implement it. Yeah, some people will say, it won't work. It is working. It is working. We are going to make sure that it works. Chairperson, the second call I'm making to the three spheres of government is to ensure effective activation and functionality of all relevant IGR structures and fora across the three spheres of government, particularly as they relate to the operationalization of the DDM, which the President has asked me to lead. So it is working. Honorable members, given the current levels of poverty and inequality in our country, it is both urgent and imperative that we do away with silos and individualistic ways of working. It is only through a unified and integrated planning and budgeting implementation approach that we will be able to address the challenges facing our nation. Gone are the days where we plan separately, we budget separately, we try and implement separately. That is not working. If there's something that's not working, it's that one. We need now to integrate our planning, budgeting, and implementation. And the DDM is the way to go. Thirdly, Chairperson, I also wish to inform members of the executive across the three spheres of government to expect a continuation of structured engagements between the National Executive and the National Council of Provinces, in particular on critical issues affecting provinces. Part of our responsibility as leader of government business in Parliament is to introduce measures to improve the quality of legislation by the executive to Parliament. So it's not just that we will bring legislation timeously and make sure that legislation is passed, but we must ensure that the quality of the legislation is proper. So that's what we're going to do. And then secondly, we will ensure that we monitor the implementation of these pieces of legislation. I'm very pleased, honorable members, with the NCOP's performance in processing legislation during the sixth Parliament. Only 5 bills lapsed in the NCOP during the sixth Parliament, but they have since been revived and currently before the NCOP committees. So I think we must commend the NCOP for that. I therefore encourage the current NCOP, all of you, the new ones, the new delegates, to focus more on the consideration of processing of priority legislation, including bills with constitutional court deadlines. There are various pieces of legislation, as we know, others are as a result of the courts, particularly the Constitutional Court. Others are priority legislation because of the areas where this legislation is required. So we will be working with yourselves to ensure that these priority pieces of legislations are implemented timeously. Chairperson, we will continue to encourage members of the Executive Council to avail themselves when called to appear before parliamentary committees and fulfill their constitutional obligations. I must say, Chairperson, that we do have a challenge that we will try and resolve with the presiding officers, is really the scheduling. And members of the executive have been raising this with me, that on Wednesdays in the main, we have cabinet meetings, cabinet committees. So when they are called to come to committees on that day, it becomes a bit of a challenge. But we're going to sit down and look at how we will try and align our work so that we don't want members of parliament, whether it's NCOP committees or National Assembly, to feel that the executive is disrespecting them by not appearing before committees. So we just need to deal with the scheduling problem. Furthermore, we are committed to working with the NCOP to facilitate social compacting between the National Council of Provinces and the leader of government business, which is critical for accelerating the transformation agenda. By working together through social compacting, the NCOP and the leader of government business can streamline legislative processes, enhance oversight mechanisms, and foster cooperation on key issues affecting transformation. We must ensure that the NCOP conducts oversight over all critical IGR structures towards the operationalization of the DDM. All spheres of government must be ready to cooperate and work together for the realization of a better life for all. I emphasize work together because it's very important. If we are to realize a better life for all our people, we must work together. Honorable members, as I conclude, I want to urge all of us, let us pledge to uphold the values of honesty, diligence, and dedication to our country as we set out to create an oversight agenda for this 7th Parliament. Let us work together in unity across all party lines and government levels to protect and uphold the principles outlined in our Constitution. We are aware that parties by their very nature are competitive. We compete for support. Everybody wants to be in power, and you can do that by displacing others. But there is a time that we must understand we are here to serve. Our people have put us here to serve. And that's where we need to cooperate. We need to work together to ensure that we serve our people. There will be time when we go back to elections where we campaign, we compete, but you must remember there is time to serve. And when we are called upon to serve, let's do that with diligence. Let's do that and focus to ensure that our people can indeed have a better life. We can, Chairperson, work together to create a future that is equitable, prosperous, and sustainable. Let us take this chance and run with it with compassion, with vision, clear vision, but also a determined resolve to succeed. That's what we need to do. And I would like to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come and emphasize the need to work together, to plan together, to implement together, but also for me to be able to say to the NCOP, do your work of oversight without fear or favor. Hold us accountable. Chairperson, we will not sulk. We will not have problems if you hold us accountable. You must do that with determination with all the members of this House. Thank you very much, honorable members. NCOP.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. Councillor Sinene, Deputy President. And indeed, as this House, we are quite delighted and comforted to hear from the executive arm of our government that the values and the principles of the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act, as espoused in Section 4, which provides that the national government, the provincial government, and local government, and all organs of states will then be facilitated in a manner that they work together in a much more coherent and seamless approach. We want to say, however, Deputy President, this would not be possible for as long as we have not made a concerted effort to drive the amendment of the PFMA and the MFMA to enable the central apportionment of financial resources to drive the coordinated and integrated delivery of services as is envisaged in the DDM model of our respective district. And we are saying that the approach of one district, one budget, one plan is the way to go. And therefore, as we are doing our work, particularly in the seventh dispensation, we need to have this foresight of saying, how then do we begin to develop reforms that precisely would address the issue not only of the operationalization only, but also the financial aspect thereof of our various districts so that they can respond appropriately to the work that is besetting them. We want you, Deputy President, to take that with you, as well as our premiers, particularly at the national level, where we are calling for a reform that will enable just that to happen in all honesty in all our spheres of government. Having said that, once again, we really appreciate for having been honored by the leader of government in the executive to come and address the members of this House, as well as our respective provinces, as well as our respective municipalities. I am told, Deputy President, that there is a photo shoot that has been arranged just here outside in the foyer, where all the special delegates and the permanent delegates, our premiers, our MECs, our speakers, our deputy speakers, at an exclusion of administration. It's not me. That's what I've been told, that administrators are not invited in this regard. So, and immediately after that, we'll then proceed to lunch, which is prepared according to the program. It is planned for 30 minutes, but I just want to be generous given the fact that we will be taking time for photo shoots. Let's come back, take 45 minutes lunch, which then means that we should be back here around 1:45, somewhere there. Thank you very much once again. Picture will be on the NCOP steps. Okay, I'm told that there's a change of plans. The picture will then be taken at the NCOP entrance. Thanks.
Recording stopped.